welcome to Tuesday Sprints. Of course, they're also TBRathon themed, but if you're not doing TBRathon, if you did at the start of the month and now you've accomplished what you wanted to, you're still welcome. Everything's good. What's really funny is it feels like deja vu right now for me because I am still reading A Natural History of Dragons, and that is not to insult the book at all. Like, I am absolutely loving it. This is currently my favorite book that I'm reading. I've got 4 active books at the moment. But yeah, I've had to prioritize other things. One of those things, which I think many of you will, realize or notice, Fourth Wing. And so, yeah, I've had to, separate myself and like do a bunch of other things. But I'm on these sprints. My plan is to dedicate myself to A Natural History of Dragons. And actually, yeah, speaking of Fourth Wing, happy, publication day to Onyx Storm. For those of you who have been able to get the book on the day of publication. I know there's been some struggles. Some people have had a hard time getting the book, and I feel so badly for them. I'm not in this race because I'm only reading book 1 at the moment. But yeah, I hope that those of you who wanted to read Onyx Storm today have been able to, and you've also been able to avoid any spoilers. I mean, there shouldn't be. People should know not to provide spoilers at this point, like this early, but you never know. Yeah, I see so many people here. Glenda, Abs, Louisina, Tracy. Hope everyone's doing well with the winter weather. Oh, so true. We ended up having a pretty heavy winter storm, and now it seems like everything's calm. It's just as if we're living in an ice box, because the snow, the temperature, it's making it colder than if the snow wasn't here, Just finished Necroscope by Brian Lumley, and I'm now reading Discontent from the Nash Harrington crime thriller series. That sounds really fun. Nice. I've gotten into suspense series lately, actually, and I know that one's thriller. But crime thriller, crime suspense is in, kind of in my wheelhouse these days. Louisina's asking how everybody is, which is very nice. I'm doing well. I haven't really done much today. Today's my day off, so I've just kind of been chilling and organizing things. My plan, I changed into a very odd accent that I don't even know the origin of, is to film one of these sprints, but I still need to kind of organize my thoughts. And then I might do some content planning, but I do want at least one sprint to be dedicated to A Natural History of Dragons. So hold me to it, friends. The Dark Maestro, yes, still working on that. A Shadow Crown by Melissa Blair, very nice. I also see that Jenny's here and Sadia. Really great to see you guys. Anne, hi Anne. For some of you, it's been long time no see because I was very lucky to be on Patreon sprints with Brittany last night. The Manor joined forces with the Enchanted Forest, and it was a really, really fun time. So it's great to see everybody again. And then, yes, so I knew it. I figured. I was like, so at some point, someone's going to be mentioning that they're reading Onyx Storm. I know that Vanessa from Dr. B, Reads with Dr. B. She was been doing an Onyx Storm sprint and non-spoiler. So if you do want to go over there, I'm sure, Michaela, that. I'm not informing you of this, but very exciting. And then rereading Iron Flame in prep for Onyx Storm. Totally get that, Jill. I see that Ro is here. Speaking of Brittany and her lovely, lovely Patreon, reading Innocent Mage. Ooh, as the buddy read. And you're reading so many. You have got so many buddy reads, and you've got so many chunky reads right now. So good luck to you, my friend. You can do it. Hello, Rainy. Just got the audio for Onyx Storm from Libby. Oh my gosh, good for you. I'm pretty sure you were among those who didn't have any problem getting Fourth Wing when it first came out. I might be mixing you up with Danny, because I know that Danny ended up getting access very easily at one point too. Hello, Annika. We'll be starting Onyx Storm. I should be putting up a poll to see how many people are actually starting Onyx Storm today. And honestly, such a fun fandom that you guys are all reading it together, collectively. Everyone's pumped for the pub date. This day has been a comedy of errors, though, so I'm glad to finally have some time to read. Oh gosh, I know. I hope that ends up getting better. I hope that Onyx Storm, because you're so hyped for it, ends up being like what you need to make you feel a bit better about today. Hello, Rope Crewman. Not sure what I'm going to be reading. Let's see. Or you're not sure you're going to read it all, which is also totally fine. The remaining digital chapters of One Piece. Now that I've read every physical English copy currently in existence, man, that was a saga. You getting through those so quickly too. Another manga series that I'm intimidated by. I should try it, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's intimidating. Hello, Alicia. Finishing up lunch. Sounds good. Picking up the kiddos. Going to finish both Death Note Volume 6 and Pucking Sweet. I'm imagining that's like part of the Pucking Around series as well. A lot of people are continuing series, which is great. Let's see. I have to finish Iron Flame first. 50 pages left. Oh my gosh, you've been like speeding through that so that you can get onto Onyx Storm. And I will say, I've gotten far enough into Fourth Wing that I know where Onyx is coming from. I think it's from his eyes, right? Is that kind of a play on that? And I also feel like I kind of get the Storm thing. That's all I'll say. Escaping from Houdini by Carrie Maniscalco. Very nice. Sounds good. Hello, Helen. I feel like it's been a little while since I've seen you. Have completely forgotten to log the books read for TBRathon. The thing is it's going to be inaccurate no matter what. It's mainly depending on how people want to log books. So you can either do the GIF counter where you just send a fun GIF. It can be about the book. It can be your reaction to the book. Or if you want a more formal, record, you can do it with the Google form. I debated about making it so that you would get your results as well. So you can like know which books you've actually submitted, but that would have required everyone to give their email address, and like I wouldn't have used it, but I didn't know if people felt weird about it. So like it's all very up to you how you want to record it, because I didn't know. I didn't know what would be the best way to do it. Oh, maybe you're going to do an audiobook. That sounds good too. Planning to listen to Wind and Truth while working on a jigsaw. I've got a jigsaw in the other room. It's on my jigsaw table. It's very, very early days though. I started it one day and then I haven't touched it since, which is really, really not me. I usually would be like devouring that thing. And by devouring, I mean putting it together. Also need to dig further into Sword Heart. Oh yeah, I hope you're still enjoying it. I know it was kind of weird, like the narrative voice you were saying and the dialogue, but I hope you like it. Borrowed all 3 Empyrean Empire books. I know what you're saying. From Libby. I started to feel left out. Honestly, that's partially why I finally was reading Fourth Wing. Also, my parents bought me that copy. I'm gonna have to let them know what I'm thinking. I can't tell you guys what I'm thinking, but I should at least let them know how I'm feeling about it. Hello, Sir Vasha. Hello, Meredith. I'm so glad that you're here, because this also allows me to put a little bit of a plug into Get a Clue if anyone needs a readathon to join for February. And if you want to do a team, if you want to join a team, maybe join Mr. Green, because Meredith, the creator of Bookemon, and myself are, we're the hosts for that team. Just saying, you can join another team. Totally get it. But I think that it's an obvious choice who you should be choosing. Just getting ready for work. Wanted to bless myself with your face. Oh gosh, you're so nice to me, which is not usually the case. Usually you're like picking on me, and I love it. But oh my gosh, look at us. Hoping to get book 3. I need to be tougher too. I need to like start picking on Meredith, but I think I love her too much. So it's really hard for me to like think about how to be sassy. I was hoping to get book 3 today, but may have to get it tomorrow, which is fine because I plan to binge reading all 3 soon. Yeah, I think that's the thing. And it probably depends on area. Obviously for everything, as far as if the stock is immediately gone, or if you're like, I can wait a few days and then it'll still be either at my library or at my local bookstore. So it's tough though. It stinks that it's kind of chance depending on where you're living. I see that Jen is reading Diamond City. And then, it's too cold in Ontario, Jenny. I can believe it. I can very much believe it. Might not have school tomorrow for Florida because Florida's getting some. Isn't that nuts? I guess it makes sense because we've had like the entire East Coast has just had like massive snow lately. So I do believe that. Hello, Tabitha. And also if Sherilyn is nearby, Tell Sherilyn I say hello too. I noticed that you all finally did your booktuber like newbie tag. I haven't watched the video yet, but I've been meaning to because yeah, I'm sure it's such a riot like you guys always are. I hope that work goes well and that you remain productive. Jay, hello, reading Agnes Grey by Anne Bronte. I have a goal of reading another Bronte this year. I know that there's sisters and I shouldn't be grouping them all together, but I read Wuthering Heights a few years ago and I keep saying I've been meaning to read another Bronte. I own Jane Eyre, but I think I want to read the one that's we always mention it. It's the something hall. The something at something hall. Tenant Hall, you know what I'm saying. Oh gosh, I should probably look that up. Let's see here. Hello, Mindy. Evening to all. Hoping to read much more of Shuggie Bain. Oh, yeah, that one. I remember that was, if not an award winner, it was on the list for either like the Pulitzer or the Man Booker or something like that. There was a lot of buzz around it when it first came out. Hello, Katie. Downloading a Harriet Tubman biography. Oh, that's honestly, that's a great plug to just remind everyone for those who are interested in making sure that they're observing Black History Month, as well as MLK Day was yesterday. So I'm really glad that you're reading that. Still reading Legends and Lattes. Sounds good, Jenny. Focusing on the Frozen River. I have only heard good things about this book. I really do need to read it. It's crazy that the only reason why I'd first heard of it was when it was put on the Goodreads Choice Awards for historical fiction and not for mystery, which in itself, if anyone knows me, I have thoughts about that. Obviously, why would a mystery be placed in the mystery thriller category? I mean, isn't that crazy? Hello, More. It's been so long. You're actually reading during sprints for once. Yay! Also, I feel like I've periodically not seen you, which is not on you. I hope that your life hasn't been too busy. Natural History of Dragons audio is available on the Audible Plus catalog, at least in the UK, for anyone interested. That's really great. I'm glad that you mentioned that because a lot of times it's the reverse, if we're being honest. I feel as though Audible or KU has more options in the US than it does elsewhere. So yay. And I'm loving it. I'm immersion reading this, so I do have the audio and I can highly, highly recommend it. The only thing that you may, miss out on, quote unquote, are the drawings of the dragons because they're stunning. They're really, really nice. It's because Lady Trent draws the dragons as they're researching them, and I love it. But the audio is really good quality. I really love the voice narrator who's doing it. 3,800 in line for shut up, Katie. That is insane. I can't imagine. I mean, I guess what's lucky is that people are going to be like binging the crap out of it, but it's horrible for anyone who, because like with Libby, you can get 21 days or 14, depending on your library. And just imagine someone like keeping it for the entire 21 days. And everyone's just, oh gosh. Reading so much epic chunky fantasy. You really are. I mean, hey, more power to you. Also got easy access to Fourth Wing. That's what I thought. Still on my reread journey. Currently rereading A Lot's Way. I saw you mention this in the Discord. That's another one I've been meaning to read. I know it's like fantasy mystery, and it's Indigenous. That's been on my radar for quite some time. 400 plus copies of Onyx Storm. You're 600 plus in line. Again, I'm not surprised because I remember it was like that for Fourth Wing, obviously, and for Iron Flame, but it's nuts. Hello, Stacy. Updating your reading journal. I need to do that today too. I feel like you're always reminding me to do that, or at least someone's always reminding me to do it. Oh gosh. 44% yesterday. You've read over 350 pages. That's actually insane. Also, I've got about 30 seconds before we hit 15 minutes. So I may kind of, check out. There is, but Mindy, don't even worry. I basically said, like, if people want to log it that way, they can, just so then they have everything in front of them. But if they don't mind just doing whatever they want, that's totally fine. So we're all good there. Your daughter picked your team. You know what? Alicia, I support that because I feel like Colonel Mustard does get the short end of the stick. A lot of people, I think yellow can be a really lovely color, So I don't know if it's a color thing. I think it's mustard. I think that's what's really hurt this team is the fact that mustard is just not appealing. And for me, I don't like the condiment. I think it's disgusting. So yeah, that it would make it really hard for me to do that, to choose that one. So there it is. Hello, Kelsey. Working today, so no reading until sprints, which I have linked to you, and I'm very excited about that because I usually have to do it during sprints just because I'm silly and I don't do it in time. But I'm glad that I was able to set those up beforehand. We've also got Katie here reading Onyx Storm. Yep. Honestly, everyone's reading Onyx Storm. It's so funny. Order was messed up. Lawyer's new secretary double booked us. Doc's new planner app. Oh my gosh. Like the Annika. Yeah, you need to, I hope you have like a nice relaxing evening because that's so much. Hello, Teresa, reading several, but just started with Nicholas Nickleby. I've never even heard of him. Is that a book or is that a series? Oh my gosh. Hey, Jess, you didn't get notified. Listen, I just got started. You're all good. Into the River by Ted Daw. Sounds good. Very nice. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. That's the one I think I would really like. And I enjoyed Wuthering Heights. It's not a romance for anyone who thought it, but because I guess the movie supposedly like really sets you up for it. It's like a dark, like kind of almost like thriller horror, and I ate it up. I thought it was really, really fun. And then we've got some more chat. I just want to say hi to everybody before we go into a sprint. I knew it. I saw you hosting sprints for Onyx Storm, so I hope you guys are having an absolute blast. Hello, Skeleton Key, listening to Dark Places by Gillian Flynn. May have to leave soon. No worries. That's okay. It looks like it's going to start snowing again afternoon. I need to pick up a library hold. Yeah, no worries. Get it before the snow comes. I fully support that. Audible isn't letting me return list credit. Oh no. Oh gosh, I know. I will say, Rainey, so I borrowed a book I bought a book recently through Audible and I didn't read it. I just bought it and then I discovered that through interlibrary loan, my library did me the solid and got it for me because I did a request and it can take like 4 to 6 weeks. And I just noticed it on my account and I was like, wait, I did need to buy this. And so I contacted them, even though they were like, this isn't eligible. And I was like, hey, I haven't even touched this book. Can you please just return it? Like you already have my money. Like I haven't done anything. And the person in support gave it back to me, gave me my credit back. So if I were you, I would contact them and do one of those little like online chats because they completely like, we're like, yep, sure, sounds good. And I was like, oh, thanks. Thank you so much. Hey, Shell, you started Ethan Fromm. Very nice. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Small but mighty. Listen, like totally. I feel it. Yes, exactly. It's the condiment. It's not. I really like the color yellow. I think it can be really pretty. My daughter loves colors pink, purple, and yellow. And she picked yellow. Honestly, yeah, I'm happy for her. I'm glad that she did that. Hello, always booked, just in time. We are about to start another sprint. And by another, I mean the first one, because we just got started. First time joining. Hello, Max. Oh my gosh, the pressure. The pressure is on. When there's new people in the chat, I feel as though I need to be on my best behavior. I need to be engaging. I need to be entertaining. So yeah, Max, feel free to fill out the survey in the description and let me know how you enjoyed your time. There is no survey in the description for anyone who did go check. But anywho, I'm glad that you're here. Sounds good. Oh my gosh, it's by Charles Dickens. I'm embarrassing myself in front of Max. So I didn't never heard of it. And have I read Charles Dickens before? I think I've only actually read one by that classic author, just because it is what it is. Yes, welcome. It's a great community, and I promise I can talk most of the time. Everything is fine. Okay. People, we are going to be doing hour-long sprints per usual. There should be 3. This is going to be the first one. And if you need more, don't worry. Per usual, we will also be heading over to Kelsey sprints after this. So yeah, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to try to tuck into A Natural History of Dragons a little bit more. And also, I'm going to try and figure out which paradise location I want to go to with this book. I really have my heart set on going to one of the islands because I don't know, it really is attractive to me. So at the moment, I'm thinking that this is going to be Land Ho. Is that an uninhabited island? Read a new to you author. So I think that might be what it is, just so I can ensure that I did visit one of the islands. But yeah, if you guys have a different thought as far as like which one this book should fit, let me know. And if you're doing Books of Paradise too, let me know like where you guys are, so maybe I can visit you guys. We can cross paths. Okay, well, happy reading, happy productivity, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I don't know why the cat didn't meow. Did the cat meow for you? Huh.
I think it's cutting out for me a little bit.
Oh no. Well, you know what? We're going to do our best. If it's cutting
Okay.
out, then we can just kind of troubleshoot. If we lose you, then you know what I'm going to do is everyone check out Bree right now. She is linked below in the description. Please, everybody, go check out Bree. Even though you all probably know who Bree is, lock protection down below in the description. But yeah, let us know how you did. And Bree, how are you? Is
I'm
it pretty
okay.
lovely weather? Are you having great weather where you are? Because I know
It
you're.
is pretty good weather, but so last time I was here, I usually come here this time of year. And last time I was here, for anyone doesn't know, I'm in Aruba. And the last time that I was here, it was like so sunny, so
Mhm.
hot. Like this is like carnival season. And now it is so rainy. So like every time I want to go on a walk, it's just like nothing but rain.
Oh
There, I mean,
no.
it is warm too, but it's just like lots of rain. And I'm like, man, global warming is really getting us. The earth is just
Yeah.
warming up.
Especially islands, those are the ones that are like getting hit the hardest.
Hmm.
And they're the ones that aren't the ones who need to do the biggest impact. It's like the
Hmm.
larger continents and like companies and things. So that's really frustrating.
Yeah.
But do you hear quite a bit of Dutch there?
Oh, Dutch is everywhere. You hear
I
Dutch,
love
you hear
that.
Papimento, you hear Spanish.
Hmm.
Wait, what do I hear? English, Dutch, Papimento, and Spanish. Papimento, I know like very little of. I'm trying to
Hmm.
get better. Spanish, I have a hard time speaking. I used to speak Spanish very well, but then
Hmm.
when I start learning Ukrainian, it's really hard for me to take in another language. So I speak Ukrainian almost as good as I speak English.
Hmm.
So it can be like when I'm trying to speak any other language other than Ukrainian, it kind of just it messes the
Yeah,
languages up. But
it's
yeah,
like the
I'm
language
trying.
bank.
Huh?
Hmm. Like a language bank. There's like too many words and you're trying to like navigate. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's like I think it also has to do with like your fluency in a language
Mhm.
because like if I can't access the Spanish word quicker than I can the Ukrainian word, that is the word that's gonna come out.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
no that
yeah,
and just access, like the more people you get to speak to with that language,
so
the
true.
easier it is. Because for me, I used to be have a pretty good strong knowledge of Dutch, and now I'm so sad to know that it's probably there's no way that it's as strong as it was back when I was actually living in Belgium, and
Yeah.
you got to practice, and I just haven't
You do
practiced.
gotta practice or you will lose it. That's how I felt about French.
Mhm.
I can't
Mhm.
even I miss how much French I used to be able to speak. And I'm telling you right here, it is
Ah,
gone.
yeah, seriously. Ah,
Yeah, but it'd be like
well,
that.
what are you up to today? Are you reading anything? Are you just being productive, just kind of relaxing?
No, I'm babysitting my nephew. I have family out here, by the way. Like they're friends, but we've been friends
Yeah.
for 17 years, so this is my family now. So
Oh, I love it.
that's one reason why I come out here too. But I'm just babysitting my little nephew. He's running around. He's 3.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, need some eyes.
Aiden, say hi. I don't know if you heard him.
I didn't, but I believe
Right.
it. I could feel that he
Yeah.
said hi.
And it's so interesting being his aunt, not to take over anything, but it's so interesting being his aunt because I'm communicating to him in English, right? And
Mhm.
then I'll look at him and I know that he's like TT Bree, no, like I need you to say it in another language. So then I'll say it in
Mhm.
Spanish and he'll be like, oh, okay. Or he will say something to me in Dutch and I'm like, or
Mhm.
say something to me
Yeah,
in
you're like, "Come
Pavimento
again?"
and I'm like, we're gonna get it together. You and I
Mhm.
we're gonna get it together, but he's
Ah.
already a polyglot. And
I just
he's
say like a
3.
3-year-old is someone that we're like inspired by and just in awe of. And
He's
he's just
already
like,
a
come on, keep
polyglot.
up with me.
He's already. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Mhm.
But yeah, I love languages. I mean, I just got accepted to a PhD program for linguistics. So no one knows this. I don't know why I said it to the internet.
You heard it here first, everyone.
Yeah,
Breaking news. Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
So I love languages. So it's good. Languages
Oh,
are good.
congratulations.
Thank
So much
you.
work too going into just like getting into a PhD program. So that's amazing. Oh,
Yeah,
congrats. Yeah.
I was supposed to start last year and I deferred. So I've been
Oh yeah.
having this for a while.
Well, yeah, you know what though? It's like it's good for you to know when it's going to work best for you. And like if you need to
Hmm.
defer and that works better for you, it works better for the university and the program. So it's
Yeah,
just, yeah, it totally
yeah.
makes sense.
I
Hmm.
mean, I don't know the audience or even how old you are, but when you're in your 30s,
Hmm.
you come to a specific type of understanding about yourself and your capacity. You start to really like starting to get to know yourself. And
Hmm.
I knew that mentally even though I knew I could, doesn't mean that I should go to school in the same year of my mother's death. I knew that
Mm.
could
Yeah.
not happen. So even deferring it for a year has been more impactful than I couldn't even imagine, like have started last fall. Oh my God, such a mess.
No. Yeah.
So yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So
Like
I'll
a
say
discernment that
I'm 30 years
concept.
old. So
Come
this is
on.
very good to know. Yes, I just recently turned 30, so
I
I
love to hear
appreciate the
that.
advice and everything. Yeah, but you're
Hmm.
gonna do so well with that program. I'm
Hmm.
so excited, and especially now that you are more ready, both like
Yeah.
emotionally, mentally. It's all it wouldn't have made sense to push yourself to go through that. So,
Hmm.
yeah. Oh well. Oh, that's great, and I'm so excited for you. I'm so glad that you got into that program and everything, and you're gonna do great. I ended up I don't have a nephew running around, so I was able to get some things done myself. But you know what? I just recorded my like TBR video, my hopes to for February, and I already don't like it, so I
Really?
might have to re-record. You know, when you're just like, as soon as I got done, I
Oh,
was like, that felt weird. You know, I didn't really like it, so it was
I
a
used
test
to
run. We'll call it.
I used to never quite understand that with content creators of like, how do you guys film something and then be like, you know what? No,
Yeah.
like I don't want that. And I say that because I thought I never experienced it
Mhm.
until I was like, this was like during Black Halloween last year. I
Mhm,
was
mhm.
trying to put out a video specifically for spooky picture books for kids, like a
Yeah.
recommendation, right? I was like in children's lit. I was so excited. And I compiled this whole like, I even bought the books. I was so deep into it and I filmed it. And then I talked to Ashley, and Ashley was like, "You know, half of them were written by white people, right?" And I said,
Oh,
"No."
no.
I felt terrible about it. And then I said, "Well, that video will never see the light of day." Okay.
Thank God for Ashley, though. I'm so glad
I
that she was like,
know.
just so you
She was
know.
like, what?" And I said, touche.
Yeah, yeah, like good, noted, okay, moving forward. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's always that case where suddenly I learned something after the fact, and I was like, I wish I knew this before I
Hmm.
opened my mouth and said said something that like, oh well, whatever. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's just because I'm playing around because I know that I'm doing Get a Clue readathon next month, and so I was like, how do I want to play this, and whatever, I'll figure it out. But I'm gonna read next sprint. I'm just gonna put it out of my mind. I'm like, okay, I'll regroup and then I'll do it later. So it's okay.
Sometimes you gotta do that.
Yeah, we had a lot of
Hmm.
people join us. Yannicka, hello. I'm glad you're able to hang out with us. I know you're doing your nighttime routine. Also, Margaret, the word nerd's here.
Hello,
Uh,
hello, hello.
she's doing a read along with me starting next month, which is very exciting.
I saw that
Tuesdays
on your
here.
channel.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be really fun. It's a reread for me, which is always a bit nerve wracking because I'm always like, I hope I love it as much as I did the first time. But we'll see. So yeah, hello Tuesday. Louise is here too. So Louise, you're in Denmark. Let me know if I'm completely off. So it's quite late for you too. And never apologize for being late. Like you're not late. You're on time for yourself.
I was definitely late.
No, you weren't. So for everyone who's wondering, okay, so it's my fault because I was so late to responding to Bree. And this morning I was like, oh my gosh, she's not gonna get the thing in time, and it's my fault. So you're not late. You are not late, I promise. It's just that I'm the worst with Instagram.
I didn't even look at the time. I said, no, Bree, you were sitting here watching Dragon Tales.
You know what? Enjoy it. That's important. You guys got to watch that. Yeah. I completely understand, especially because I don't know how far time zone wise. What even?
I am 2 hours ahead of Central Standard Time.
Oh, so you're only one time zone ahead of me. I didn't even. I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense for where it is geographically, but I didn't even.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, I don't know your location, but
Oh yeah,
that's what I have.
I'm Eastern Standard Time. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. So okay, nice.
Okay.
Hello, Krista. So I called Krista Kurt because of KRT, and she kindly provided Krista in her name now because all I had were the initials.
I would have did that too.
Yeah, and then this is Paula. Hello, Paula. We've got Dee Dee here as well. I'm glad you were able to skip right in. I feel like it's been a while. Just passing by to say quick hello. I'm glad you're able to say hello to us. I hope you're having a great day, Dee Dee. And then let me see if we had any other newbies. Friends, unfortunately we won't be able to look at all of your comments. They're all lovely comments, but we gotta keep on moving with the productivity. And then you heard the kitty. Okay. And also hi to Bree. I know everyone's probably like, oh my gosh, Bree is here.
Hello.
I know.
Oh my God, you guys, don't gas me up. It's not that deep.
No, it is.
I'll be regular on the internet. I promise. Thank y'all for the congrats, though. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, all the congratulations for sure. Christina's here too. Hello, Christina. I'm glad the cat meowed because sometimes it doesn't meow for me and I have no idea why. But it is what it is. Kiana's here too. Hi, Kiana. Hope you're having a good day. We've got Jennifer here reading Charming by Jade Linwood. Oh, for your lowest rated prompt. I'm sorry. You got to do that. I take the blame. Hello, Heather. Snowing here in the middle of Georgia. Oh my gosh. I know that
my little 3-year-old niece was living her best life in Houston with the snow.
Oh, I will say sometimes that's kind of nice for those who it's like their first time or they don't get to see snow very often. That's quite nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All the congratulations. Hello, Christy. You're listening your way through A Feast of Crows, thinking about picking up a book to physically read too. Yeah. Sounds good. We've got Hazelnut here. Hey, Hazelnut. Listening to the Kindle app read Treasures of Egypt. Oh, I've never listened to anything via Kindle, but I don't think my e-reader has that ability.
Is that like a middle grade, that previous book?
Oh yeah, so Treasures of Egypt, The Spear and the Scythe. I would imagine, let me see here, Treasures of Egypt.
Oh, a chapter to heed beneath the sugar sky. You're reading that book today. Jesus. I'm gonna shut up.
Why? What are your reactions to that?
I love the Wayward series. It's one of my faves.
I need to
it, I like the least.
Okay. I need to start the Wayward Children series, but I haven't read anything from it. Continuing on with the river, the Frozen River. Everyone is like reading Onyx Storm right now, by the way.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my gosh. So it's Fourth Wing. It's the third book in that series. by Rebecca Yarros, the Romantasy series. So it was Fourth Wing, Iron Flame.
Oh yes, I read Fourth Wing. What am I staring into the abyss for?
That's so funny. No, totally.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like Onyx Storm's like the third book, so it's just and they don't have any kind of. I know that the series is like the Empyrean series, but arguably they all kind of. It's not like one of those series where like each book makes sense that it goes together, like obviously.
Oh, they're
So
like standalone series?
well, no, they're not standalones, but you know how sometimes you can like tell based on the way a title is set up, it's like clearly part of all the other books. Whereas like
Oh,
yeah, like the only reason why these, I guess like Fourth Wing, Iron Flame, Onyx Storm, it's like 2 words per, per title. So I
yeah.
guess that's the theme, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah. It's amazing. I need to try it. I need to read it, guys. I know. I don't think I've met anyone who has really hated it before, actually. I read the first Wayward Children book and feel like I'm the only person who didn't like it. Natalie, that's okay.
No,
That's
you're
all
not the
right.
only person. The thing about it is, I like the characters. So
Mm-hmm.
I just keep reading them because I like the characters and I like knowing about all the kids that we were introduced in book one.
Mm-hmm.
And how they all essentially have their own like character arc in each book.
Yeah.
So that's what I like about it. But there's some books, like there's one book about like sticks down the sticks of bones or something like that. That's my favorite. That one I feel like is worth reading every time. Skip the
Mm-hmm.
rest. But
You're like, I
but
don't
I
care about the
feel
others.
yeah, but I feel like it's like I feel like the way the series is set up, it's like you have favorite characters and you like can't wait to read their story or can't wait for their cameo. Like that's what it feels. It feels like even though there's different worlds and it's cool to see how they interact and how they affect each other,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like personally it's the characters that really make that series.
Yeah,
I
Solar
don't know
has
if
like
that
reread
was
these
long-winded.
books so often. So I know that
Mm-hmm.
Solar is also a huge fan. I've read Into the Drowning Deep by Shauna McGuire, which I know is like the horror
Yeah.
under Myra Grand. So that's why I definitely need to read more by the author. So yeah, and like
Yeah.
again, not for everyone. Totally understand, but asking to see like what it was about for Natalie. Yeah, and the number of times there's been a super popular book that I have hated with all my fiber or just didn't like, just wasn't for me. So every popular book or series has that group of people who are just like, is it me? What's wrong? Why can't I like it the same? It totally happens. So
That's so true. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I was saying all that to say, like, try another one if
Oh
you
yeah.
want.
Oh, and because
Because
is it you don't have to read it in order, or is it?
I guess it depends on like who it is for you.
Yeah.
Because it's like some stories I was like, I could have taken and not known that. Like I could have not known that it'd been fine.
Mm-hmm,
Some
mm-hmm.
parts. I mean some books, sorry, not
Yeah.
parts. But
Yeah.
that's
There's
that's
probably
what I
like
was
an
saying.
article that says that or something. There's probably something on the internet that tells you what books you need to read depending on what you're interested in. Like people who are
Yeah.
hardcore fans.
Yeah, but she also has specific writing, so that could be like a turn
Yeah.
off.
That's true.
Hold
That's true.
on. What's up, cutie?
Wow. But on that note, I think we may get into a second sprint. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks so much for the warm welcome to Bree. I hope you guys check out her channel because it is amazing. And yeah, for the next sprint, I am going to relax. I think I'm going to read, finally get into A Natural History of Dragons, and that's what we're going to do. So let's make ourselves tiny. And yeah, we're going to get on with another sprint. Happy sprinting, friends. Hello, everyone. I didn't hear the cat again. I don't know why I can't hear our cat, but I'm trusting that you all continue to hear her or him. I don't know what kind of cat it is, but yeah, let us know how you did. I know we lost some people because it's getting kind of late, especially for those in Europe. But yeah, let us know what you got up to. I ended up reading almost 3 chapters in a natural history of dragons, and I'm eating it up. I'm loving it. It's
That
it's
sounds
super fun.
cool.
Yeah, it's I think there are 5 books or 4 books in the series. And it's been recommended to me multiple times because
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. I don't know if you've read that one.
No, it's been a book I've been thinking about reading, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, so because I like that and I like kind of like historical mysteries and like that type of thing, I think historical fantasy can work for me. And it's been very
And
fun.
it's called History of Dragons.
Yeah, A Natural History of
Oh,
Dragons.
okay.
Yeah, and there's if you read the physical copy, I've been telling everyone that there are illustrations
Mm-hmm.
dragons in there, which you don't get in adult books too often. That's the one thing I love about middle grade is they will have like illustrations and they're really, like making you imagine the story. But yeah, and,
Okay.
and the audiobook is really good too. I've been immersion reading it.
Okay.
Yeah. Brie, what did you get up to?
Still reading the same book I started yesterday. This is Parable of the Sower by Octavia E. Butler.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yep, I'm on page 179. I created like a way to annotate.
Oh, nice.
Um, and I was thinking like it might be a cool idea to do how many times I believe that this book is a direct reflection of what we're going through in our politics right now. And I've been counting them and I've made it to, I'm at page 179, 37 instances in the book already.
That's really horrible, though. That's
Hmm.
yeah, that would be a really interesting, almost kind of like video essay if you like have a
Yeah.
discussion where you're kind of comparing the two.
Hmm.
Yeah, that I feel as though a lot of times whenever we're dealing with, especially like whether it's like sci-fi elements or like dystopian elements, it's
Hmm.
both looking at the past, but it's also looking at the future, and like that's why it remains relevant because we forever remain at risk of falling into those tendencies.
Hmm.
So, oh gosh, yeah. That's an author I've never tried Octavia E. Butler before because I feel
Oh
like I
yeah, I
also
love her. Is
I
she
know I need to.
I hold Octavia E. Butler and Toni Morrison to the same
Mm,
regard as far as impactful their context is.
mhm,
They're
mm,
two different wonderful writers. However, I feel connected to their literature in similar ways. Like
mhm,
I'm always thinking like Toni Morrison, her books mostly focus on like race and class and colorism and just different aspects of violence and love within Black communities
mhm.
that it just feels like you can connect with it a bit more. Octavia Butler takes us to the future, but also steeping us in reality and also giving us a taste of what would happen if Homo sapiens sapiens developed in this manner. What's our next generation? What does that look like? So, but I feel so connected in her stuff as well. So yeah.
That's actually such a good point too to kind of reflect on, because I've read a couple books by Toni Morrison. My favorite, I would say, is A Mercy. I'm pretty sure that was her. Was that her last book of publication? I know it was. I think.
Toni Morrison, Mercy.
Yeah,
I thought it was a book called Home. Wait, I don't
it
know.
might
Hold
have
on. Let me
been.
see.
I know that it was. A Mercy was within the decade of her death, so it might not have been her. It might not have been her
Oh, it's
oldest.
God Help the Child. That's
Okay.
what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say A Mercy's my favorite, and that one's historical. It's historical
Yeah.
fiction.
Yeah.
But there are so
My
many
favorite
themes
is The Bluest Eye. That one
That
really.
one's so hard hitting too. And
Mm-hmm.
whenever people are looking to read that one specifically, I would argue that of the ones I've read, that one is probably the hardest for some people to get through, and they need to
Oh
be
yeah.
prepared to get through it.
Yeah.
So
Because
for
that one
sure.
is the colorism and
Mm,
the macroaggressions, the racism in your face is
mhm,
it can be denied. And also what I love about Octavia E. Butler and Toni Morrison books is that they are so authentically Black, and they are not going to hold your hand and explain anything to you.
mm,
It is what it is, or it's not what it's not, and that's it. I think a lot
mhm,
of Black content creators, not speaking for us all, but I know a lot of us get upset reading more like contemporary fiction written by some Black authors, because we're like, okay, are you writing for us, or you're writing for the masses? Everyone
mm,
likes to be seen,
mhm,
so it's very refreshing to read Octavia and Toni Morrison, because I've read quite a bit of both of them. To just They kept that same energy,
mhm,
like that same energy throughout. Tananarive Due is another author who's not going to hold your hand through it. You're going to just get it. You're going to have
mhm.
to get it and know what's up.
Yeah, I've been meaning to try the Reformatory.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just read The Conjure Man Dies by Rudolph
Oh.
Fisher, and I think that is one. It's kind of upsetting that he ended up dying quite early on in life due to his
Mm-hmm.
his work as a doctor and with radiology.
Yeah.
And of course, there weren't protections as far as he ended up. I think he passed away from cancer 2 years after he wrote The Conjure Man Dies. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and like I could just see where his writing was going, but
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, he only I think published like two long form works novels. But that one, um, I don't know. I would have to look into this because sometimes you've got to take what some historians have said with a grain of salt, depending on what their own access to literature is. But it says that it's considered the first mystery to include a Black detective and an entirely Black cast of characters. And I feel like that
Yeah.
demonstrates too that like Rudolph Fisher, having it set in New York and having it deal with these things, he could have very easily, forced the inclusion of like basically a bunch of white people participating in this like investigation. He's like, no, we're going to keep this in like the community of Harlem and have these people look in. So it was really interesting. It was very
Yeah.
dramatic ending, which like
Yeah.
some people will
Yeah.
take with
Yeah.
a grain of salt, but I really loved it. It was really interesting.
Yeah. A couple years ago, I dedicated myself to reading Black classics.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a Black classic book club, but then I put it on hiatus. But like, I read all those books. Like, there's so many cool. It's just interesting to go back and see. Like, I remember there was the first. I read a story. It was like the first Black mystery written in a newspaper or article or something.
Oh, like kind of
Um,
serialized or published in.
yeah, and just to hear like like the language
Mm-hmm.
of us have changed. Like at first it felt very pondering. It's like, let me make the Black character sound the dumbest and sound like they can't do anything without their survivalness and their attachment to white folks, and then
Mm-hmm.
make the white man and the police officers in the story like seem just so great, and they know what's up and they know how to guide us. And to see how that have switched to then like an author like Brandon Massey, L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Banks, Tananarive Due, S.A. Cosby, Tiffany Jackson, just looking at how the language has changed and how it has shifted is very, it feels like you're watching resistance through literature. It's beautiful.
Mm. Yeah, no, I always the thing is there are always so many authors where I'm like, oh, that's someone I need to read. That's someone I need to read. And I'm just like, I wish I just had only time to read them. But I do
Yeah.
want to finally try Tananarive Due. That is someone
Yeah.
I'm determined to try in 2025. So yeah, that's the goal. And I'm reading, I feel like really behind the times. I'm finally reading Ace of Spades in
Oh, I
February.
haven't read that, so.
Oh, that makes me feel better because I'm like, I'm the
I've been
last.
wanting to, but I haven't got there.
Yeah, no.
It's
Well,
so
there's that
many.
one. And is it
Yeah.
Where Sleeping Girls Lie? Is that
Oh,
her other
yeah,
book?
that's one of them, yeah. I
Yeah, I think
think
that one's more recent.
what Tananarive do, I think she has an anthology. I think that is where you should start if anyone's interested in her work.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Because if you start anywhere else, it's going to be heavy, quick, fast. I mean, it's going to be heavy, heavy, heavy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, hold on. So you can even, if you're like, oh, I wonder, like, if you're trying to understand her earlier stories, like her
Mm-hmm.
earlier career as a writer, I would start with Ghost Summer stories. And then if you are like trying to get like the last 20 years, 25 years of how she's writing and like
Mm-hmm.
the depth and how she can write, her most recent anthology, Wishing Pool, is what I would recommend.
Okay. Oh, okay. I just looked it up. Perfect. I will keep that in mind. Meanwhile, the comments are like not coming up. Oh, there they go. Ace of Spades still on your TBR2. Kristen, you can join us. We're reading it. It's for the Manor, but I'm happy to chat with you about it. And then Max started Waiting for the Flood by Alexis Hall. This is an author that last year or 2023, it was one of my favorite books of the year. The Affair of the Mysterious Letter. It was a fantasy mystery, and it was really great. I would argue it also has some interesting trans rep if you really look through it. And I didn't expect it, and I really loved that book. So
Nice.
yeah, cool. I think I'm going to hop off after the day I've had. Yeah, Annika, no worries. It's also much later for you because I know you're in South Africa. So please, I hope you have you sleep well and you have a better day.
Yeah, because sometimes days are SHITTY.
Oh yeah, no, they they really are. It's like one after the other. Like it can't just be one bad thing happens. Millions of things happen. But okay, so have the Reformatory on my TBR. We'll check out the anthologies too. Yeah, and I
The
think with short
Reformatory is like, to me, that is the hardest book to date that I've read from her.
well, the thing is I've looked into it and I've seen the connection that she and her family have to its roots, and so I'm glad I know that going in because I feel as though that one like allows you to understand the emotion that was going through her as she was writing it and trying to process what was going on, and also just remaining more informed about it.
Yeah, I think if you, not saying you got to be a fan of this book, that's not what I'm saying, because the subject matter is pretty hard. But if you are in the chat and you have read The Reformatory and you're looking for a book that's adjacent, kind of akin, the love stories of W.E.B. Du Bois would be comparable. But it is 1,000. It is a lot of pages, so it is hard. It's kind of like the Reformatory, not really, but like kind of the subject matches, but it's slower and more detailed. So
Yeah.
if you are interested, that's a book you could read alongside that if you wanted to.
Oh, that's good to know. I haven't read that book either, but I gave it as a gift to a friend because she really wanted to read it and she adored it. So I know that it's like a really impactful book. Hazelnut made it to page 80 of Treasures of Egypt. And that does look like a really interesting book. I love the cover of that one specifically. So I'm glad it's starting to get interesting for you. 67% of Diamond City and starting dinner. I know I'm going to have to start thinking about dinner for sure. At least maybe not making it, but just thinking about it because I have no idea what I'm going to make. I got to have something in the fridge though. Well, we only have 30 seconds left in the chat, and we've got time for one more sprint. I think what I might do, oh, by the way, I didn't get to say hi to you, Nicole. I just highlighted that you said hello to us, but hello.
I'm so happy you picking that up. That is my favorite book of all time. No book I've found to be better than this book.
Well, I think Nicole is also doing it. It's I don't know if it's like officially like it's a read along. I'm pretty sure Nicole's hosting it as a read along on her channel, which is really exciting. So yeah, because I've been seeing a lot of people reading it thanks to her. So yeah, very nice. But yeah, let me change the time because I want to give us time to chat a little bit before we head over to Kelsey's, where we just send you guys there. So maybe I'll do 50 minutes. But are you going to hang out with us, Bree, or did you need to head off?
I actually have a meeting with a client, so I will see you guys later. But thanks for letting me join. I appreciate it.
Oh no, thank you. Like I have all the things because I was so excited when I was able to. And I had I will say I had a few friends message me saying, "You have Bree from Locked Booktition on your channel." And I was like, "Yes, I do." So genuinely anytime you are more than welcome to join me.
Yeah, I'm definitely send me the link. Sorry, I was just like so scatterbrained in the beginning. But thanks for helping me get through this book that is completely wrecking me.
Oh, I
So
can
I
imagine.
appreciate
Small
that.
doses. It's a book you got to take in small doses for sure. I
Yeah, for
imagine.
sure. All
Okay.
right. Well,
Well,
happy reading, y'all. See y'all later.
bye. Have a good one. Okay, everybody. Happy sprinting. We've got one more 50-minute go, and then I'll see you guys when we get back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was that final sprint? I did see that again. We had some people who had to leave, which is totally understandable as it's getting later, especially like depending on where you are in the world. I did see that Jen is halfway through in the Labyrinth of Drakes, which is the fourth book in the Lady Trent series. So I wrapped up my reading of chapter 9, and then I went in and I had a check in with my buddies, because I'm buddy reading this with Krista from Books and Jams, and then I'm also buddy reading it with Julie from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. So I caught up on that and was telling them my thoughts about the book so far. Good to know that you found book 3 to be maybe meh. Maybe it's everything is fine. I don't know if you guys heard that. I totally just dropped my phone. And of course it was like on my anyway, it's really funny. I'm sure it's totally fine. Anywho, if you guys weren't awake, you're awake now. Yeah, good to know that it probably has like maybe like middle book syndrome a little bit. Tracy also left us heading off to finish dinner and everything. Totally get that. We gained a Katie though for just a little brief time. I'm so glad to see you, and it sounds like you've been through the ringer today. Had a debacle with Onyx Storm this morning. You've been working all day and it's been freezing in Minnesota, which I also fully believe. It's been pretty cold here too, to be honest. And I would argue that it's usually not that bad because I live in Pennsylvania and I grew up in New York. And so I would argue our winters are quite mild, but yeah, it's been pretty cold. Megan caught the last chatty bit. Hello, Megan. Glad to have you. I'll try to entertain you for these like last 10 minutes. Made it to page 50 of Hum. Oh yeah. You know what? You're going to have to let me know what you think of that. I have no idea what's going on. Who was reading Hum? Someone else was reading it a few months ago, and I was like, I need to know what you think, and I never checked in with that person. I've been meaning to read it. It looks really interesting. Took a break from reading and watched Krista's new vlog. Very nice. Oh, I'm going to have to watch it. Thanks for a great reading night on 166 of Shuggy Bane. Oh my gosh, Mindy, you've made some progress. And yeah, thanks everyone for just been like hanging out too, especially because I know that I wasn't able to be as attentive with the comments like I like to be. But when I have a special guest, I think that's kind of what I've been thinking is when I have people on with me, a lot of times it's more like us discussing and then kind of highlighting if you guys have reaction to those things versus when it's just me. I could eat up the time, but I think it's easier for me to engage with you guys. So I'm glad you guys still like hung out with us and enjoyed our conversations. Nearly finished your book. Got about 10 minutes left. Abs, oh my gosh. I'm honored that you paused to continue to chat with us, even though you clearly should have just muted me. About 1/4 through Us Against You by, is it Frederick Bachman? I'm assuming that that's who it is, Kirsten. Let me see. I think that's who it is. Let me know if it's not him. Listen to Burning Bright by Nick Petrie. Very nice. Swimming night for the kids, so probably won't read much tonight, but binged through a lot of Crown of Swords. Also a good amount of Hero of Ages. I know I was gonna say you got to catch up to Brittany. Brittany is like, leaving everybody in the dust when it comes to that group read. Finished a chapter. Sounds good, Nicole. I'm glad you were able to pop in. I feel like we haven't, touched base in a little while too. But I have been seeing a lot of people reading Invisible Man thanks to you. So it's been making me want to, but I've just, when you've got too many books and not enough time, I swear. Hello, Meg. Just discovered your channel. Oh, thank you so much. It's really kind of you to say. I try to be. I try to be entertaining and sweet and, everything else in between. You finished Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. You know who, Meg, I don't know if you know who this person is, but so Kirsten, the reading nymph, she was here earlier, but she had to leave because she's in the UK, so it's far later for her. She loves that book so much. So if you love it, you should probably check her out. She had just had a vlog of her rereading it because of how much she enjoys it. She's also very sweet. She's honestly the loveliest person. So anyways, had to shout that person out too. But yeah, welcome. I'm glad that you are enjoying your time and supporting me. Bree helped push the reformatory up on my TBR. Me too. Honestly, I feel as though like today Bree was on to just give me book recommendations. like I'm just like, okay, keep talking, keep telling me about authors I need to try. Determined to finish Alatsue tonight. At least I'm pretty sure that's how you're pronouncing it too. So Louisina, let me know. Let me know if you think that I'm mispronouncing it. But I want to read that so badly. I've borrowed it from the library a few times and just didn't get to it. I think my last time I tried was maybe during the Amazing Readathon, and then the prompts I don't know if the prompts just didn't fit or if I was in the mood for something else. Bundling up to take out the trash recycling. Oh my gosh, 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, but of course, Katie, gotcha beat. -35 with wind chill. That is insane. I can't. I think for me, it's been about like in the teens, mid-teens, which for Celsius is what, maybe like 2-3 degrees? Maybe not. I need to get better about Celsius to Fahrenheit. Thanks for being here, Katie. Chapter 15, about 60% through the book. Oh yeah, stay warm, stay safe, everyone. Stay hydrated. Make sure you're also eating and taking care of yourself too, so that your body like continues to have energy to keep you warm and keep working. Started at about 40 minutes left in the sprint, but got about 24 pages in. Oh my gosh, Stacey, amazing. More than me, because as soon as I got that done, I've been pulling quotes and things from Fourth Wing for an upcoming video. So I ended up kind of getting distracted on that. And yeah, because I'm debating. I don't usually record at night, but I'm thinking about recording tonight. So we'll see how the lighting is and stuff. I usually just like to wait until the morning or the afternoon, so I use natural lighting. But yeah, that's anyway. So I'm debating. Kind of fell into the YouTubes. Oh gosh, I know. I need to do that actually on purpose so I can catch up on some BookTube, because so many people have been posting videos that I want to watch. I got to chapter 4 in A Shadow Crown. Very nice, Glenda. That's who I thought. No, and honestly, like I was like, it has to be him, right? If it's not, I mean, totally understandable. There are probably other authors with that name, but it's very funny that I feel like that's the first author you think of with the first name Frederick. Oh, I'm glad too. My Tuesdays have been crazy, so I'm happy to make a sprint. Yeah, no, it was so nice, especially because you got to be here when Brie was on screen. So that was really lovely. Made it to page 105 of Waiting for the Flood. Very nice, Max. And what are you thinking? Is Alexis Hall, is this your first time reading that author? I have to say that the only book I've read by the author is The Affair of the Mysterious Letter, which I know is very weird because I don't think that that's that author's norm. Got a couple chapters ahead of Brittany last night, but she will probably finish the book well before me. You know what? Small victories, though. For now, you won that battle, even though it's like a battle of friends and you're reading the book together. Need to finish a few chores and read more of today's section of Hero of Ages. Health has not been cooperating. It doesn't, though, does it? It never does when you're like, okay, this is the day I need to be productive. This is the day where I kind of want to make progress on maybe certain tasks, or I want to enjoy these hobbies. And that's when your health says, oh, really? Because I have other plans. I hope you still find some moments of reprieve where you can still relax and so that your health isn't taking over your entire life today. But if not, it's okay to rest. You know, I don't have to tell you anything, Tennille. I know that you know. I have the audio, and that's how they pronounce it. Yay! Okay, good. Alatsue. I figured. I thought so. Oh, you're going to read Alatsue during middle grade March. Interesting. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I should, like, honestly, middle grade March is something I want to participate in every year. And I usually get in a couple middle grade because of it, but it completely, was out of my mind. Maybe because I'm so focused on February, I didn't even think about the fact that we've got middle grade March. I know there's March Mystery Madness. There's also Realmathon, and there's a few other things in March going on. So much to add. Vanessa is still sprinting. Oh, good to know. I'm glad, especially and she's focusing on Onyx Storm, but you can clearly go over to her and still see what all the buzz is about, if anything. Video has moved to uploading and thumbnail. Great. Oh, I also saw that you said Nicole is sprinting too, Glenda. Thanks for mentioning that. Loving Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. And then The Frozen River. Friends, I'm telling you, 4 or 5 people have mentioned that they recently read The Frozen River, and I don't think anyone's given it less than 4 stars. I really want to read that book. The cover and honestly, obviously, it's perfect timing. This is the weather for it, unless you kind of want to escape and maybe read like a summary read or something, I totally get it. But yeah. And honestly, like if you're enjoying Nicholas Nickleby, maybe I need to try that too. I know that it was mentioned that it's like kind of like a lesser known Charles Dickens, which makes me feel a little bit better. It isn't middle grade. It's why. See, that's what I thought. So, but I will say that depending on where you are, where you're from, books may be categorized in different areas. Like for instance, the what is it called? The twisted tales, you know, the fairy tales that kind of get twisted. Here in the US, they're often placed in YA, but I know in Europe, specifically like in the UK, they place it in middle grade, interestingly enough. So I do know that depending on where you are in the world, they may categorize it differently. So maybe it is deemed middle grade elsewhere. And maybe so, and you know what, I would also see if middle grade March is something where you just encourage you to read like younger age groups, which includes YA, I guess, if that's someone who doesn't. But I know what you mean. For me, I deem it YA as well. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone said in their library it's under middle grade possibly. I read Boyfriend Material and 10 Things That Never Happened, both rom-coms by that author. I also read the first book in the Spire series, Glitterland, and I loved it, so I picked up the second one. Okay, they are more emotional romances. I'll have to pick up his other work. Honestly, I'm telling you, Affair of the Mysterious Letter is so fun. It's very fantasy. You just kind of have to accept what happens, but it's like a Sherlockian reimagining, where Sherlock is Scheherazade Haas, and she is incredible. And we have a great different character for Watson as well. I really like the way that he tells a story. Could be early YA, but still, I think people get confused because there isn't a romance in it. Yeah, totally true. That's mainly because of the protagonist is asexual. To be honest, there's too much going on. Oh yeah, totally understandable. And also, there doesn't have to be a romance, you know. The protagonist is 17, and there's talk of university, so I don't see how it could be middle grade. You know what's interesting is a lot of times they say with like publishers and that the audience, the main character should probably be like 3 or 4 years older than the audience it's written for. Hence why a lot of times we do see like 17-year-olds, and then the idea is like 4 years earlier it's 13. And sometimes 13-year-olds look like it could be middle grade. For me, I would say 13 could potentially be young adult, like young adult. And that's just like for publishers. A lot of times publishers say that the main character should be like 3 or 4 years older for like the main demographic reach. Obviously that means like 14-year-olds are reading at 15, 16 too. But it is really interesting. As an ace person, it annoys me because it feels like, infantilizing of ace people, even if people don't even realize that they're doing it. Okay, I understand that. As someone who's demi, I can totally get where you're coming from with that too. Meanwhile, for me, I always am feeling like we always need a relationship, and a lot of times the relationship is excessively physical, and that I feel as though you can enjoy a story without there being a romance, even though a romance can definitely be fun. So yeah, I think just representation in all of its forms needs to exist, so that no matter what you need in a story, there's a book for you. I think that that's probably like at the end of the day, what we all, what that should be our platform here on BookTube. We all need representation of all forms, so we all have a book for us. But yeah, I heard someone say it was middle grade. I'll check so that I can classify correctly, but I'm still reading it in March. Yeah, you can still totally read it in March, especially for like March Mystery Madness, as I mentioned, because that's also happening. And it's a mystery, so it can definitely be read for that one. And yeah, like read it anyway. Check your library, see what it's labeled as for that. Definitely agree. Yeah, exactly. But I appreciate you mentioning the frustration regarding like ace representation, because I completely know where you're talking about, and I've seen it too. So yeah, like you're definitely right. Okay, friends. Well, I am going to be transferring. Oh my gosh, it's 6:01. Kelsey's already started. Okay, so I'm going to send you guys over to Kelsey. So if you need more sprints, please hang tight. This will send you right over to her, and then there'll be more sprinting for like another 4 hours. So thank you all so much for getting to the end of the stream. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting into like end of video mode because of how startled I am that it's 6:01. But yeah, I'll see you guys over there if you stick around. And yeah, I'll see you guys next Tuesday too at the very latest. Okay, bye everybody. Oh, bye everybody.